Hello, my dear friends, and welcome to the warm embrace of the moonlit mug, where every evening brings its own gentle magic, and every story finds a comfortable chair by the fire. Tonight feels particularly special. There's something in the autumn air that whispers of hidden treasures and forgotten melodies. The first frost touched the village this morning, painting the windows with delicate silver patterns, and Jana has outdone herself with a hearty mushroom and barley stew that fills every corner of our beloved tavern with the most comforting aromas. But what makes this evening truly remarkable is the curious discovery that old Henrik made while cleaning out his late aunt's cottage, a music box that seems to hold more than just a simple tune. So settle in close, let the fire warm your bones, and prepare for a tale that dances between memory and melody. The moonlit mug glows like a beacon against the crisp October evening, its windows casting rectangles of golden warmth across the cobblestone street where the first fallen leaves crunch underfoot. Inside, the familiar symphony of tavern life plays on, the gentle pop and hiss of seasoned oak logs in the great hearth, the soft percussion of pewter mugs meeting wooden tables, and the ever-present whisper of conversations that ebb and flow like a comfortable tide. Tonight's special, Jana's famous mushroom and barley stew, sends tendrils of savory steam throughout the common room. She's used wild mushrooms gathered from the forest's edge, earthy morels and delicate chanterelles that taste of autumn rain and fallen leaves. The barley, sourced from the miller's finest grain, creates a hearty base that warms you from the inside out, while herbs from her own garden add notes of thyme and rosemary that mingle with the wood smoke to create an atmosphere of pure comfort. The evening light filters through diamond-paned windows, painting everything in shades of amber and gold. Candles flicker in their iron sconces along the stone walls, casting dancing shadows that make the carved oak beams seem to sway gently overhead. The air carries the comforting weight of home, bread cooling on the kitchen windowsill, the faint sweetness of apple cider warming by the fire, and that indefinable scent of safety that comes from thick walls and good company. Tonight, as an extra quality to the atmosphere, a sense of anticipation that has the regular patrons glancing toward the door more frequently than usual. Word has spread through the village about Henrik's discovery, and curiosity hangs in the air like morning mist, gentle but persistent. At his customary spot near the fire, Durin the dwarf works his way through a generous bowl of stew, his weathered hands wrapped around the ceramic bowl as if drawing warmth from more than just the food. His braided beard catches the firelight, and his eyes hold that particular sparkle that suggests he's thoroughly enjoying being at the center of the evening's brewing mystery. "I'm telling you," he says, between spoonfuls, gesturing toward the empty chair beside him. "Henrik's been acting peculiar all day, keeps muttering about melodies he can't quite remember, and asking if anyone recalls his aunt humming particular tunes." Across the room, Deimos the elf looks up from his evening wine with that expression of elegant amusement he's perfected over several centuries. His silver hair catches the candlelight as he tilts his head, considering Durin's words with the careful attention he reserves for genuinely interesting gossip. "Perhaps," Deimos suggests in his musical voice, "his aunt was more mysterious than anyone realized. Old humans often are, you know. They pack entire lifetimes into those brief decades, creating more secrets per year than we elves manage per century." "Brief decades," snorts Durin, shaking his head. "Only you would call 73 years brief, pointy ears." "Everything's relative," Deimos replies serenely, swirling his wine with practiced grace. "A mayfly thinks a summer is an eternity." Jana pauses in her rounds to refill Durin's ale mug, her wooden spoon tucked behind her ear, like a quill, ready for action should anyone require either stirring or gentle correction. Her practical apron bears the honest marks of a day's work: flour handprints, a splash of stew, and what might be cinnamon from the morning's bread. "Henrik's not the only one acting strange," she observes, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Young Mira at the bakery swears she heard music coming from his cottage this afternoon. Not the usual sounds of someone cleaning house, but actual melody. "Sweet and sad," she said, "like a lullaby that makes you want to cry happy tears." The tavern door opens with its familiar creak, accompanied by a gust of cool air that sets the nearest candles flickering. Henrik himself steps through, a man in his middle years whose normally steady demeanor seems touched by uncertainty tonight. In his hands, he carries a small wooden box, intricately carved with patterns that seem to shift and flow in the firelight. "Evening, everyone," Henrik calls, his voice carrying a note of nervousness that's unusual for the village's most reliable carpenter. "I hope you don't mind, but I brought something I'd like to share. Something that's been quite extraordinary today." The conversation in the tavern doesn't stop so much as it settles, like leaves falling to rest on still water. All eyes turn toward Henrik and his mysterious burden, though the attention feels warm and welcoming rather than intrusive. "Is that the music box?" asks young Tam, the baker's son, his eyes bright with curiosity. "The one from your aunt's cottage?" Henrik nods, moving carefully toward the center of the room, where a small table has been cleared, almost as if by unspoken agreement. "It is indeed, and I have to say I've never encountered anything quite like it." He places the box gently on the table, and even in the flickering candlelight, the craftsmanship is remarkable. The wood appears to be some variety of fruit wood, polished to a warm glow that seems to hold light rather than merely reflect it. The carved patterns aren't merely decorative, they tell a story in flowing lines and gentle curves, depicting scenes of daily life so detailed they seem to move when viewed from the corner of one's eye. "My aunt never mentioned it," Henrik continues, his voice thoughtful. "I found it wrapped in silk at the bottom of her hope chest, along with some letters from my uncle. He passed when I was just a boy, so I barely remember him, but this..." He touches the box gently, almost reverently. "This seems to remember everything." Daimos leans forward with genuine interest, his wine forgotten. "What do you mean it remembers?" Henrik's hand hovers over the small brass key protruding from the box's side. "When I wind it and let it play, it doesn't just produce music, it shows moments. Pictures in the mind as clear as memories, but they're not my memories. They're scenes from lives I never lived but somehow recognize." "Enchanted, then," murmurs Durin, though his tone suggests fascination rather than fear. "Haven't seen proper magic in months. Not since that business with the dragon and the roof tiles." "May we see it work?" asks Yana, settling into a nearby chair with the practical air of someone prepared to witness whatever comes next. "I promise we're all sufficiently curious that you'll get no peace until you demonstrate whatever this box can do." Henrik smiles, at that some of his nervousness fading in the face of their warm interest. "I was hoping you'd say that. It seems wrong to keep something this beautiful to myself." He gently turns the brass key, and the soft clicking of the mechanism fills the suddenly quiet tavern. When the key can turn no more, Henrik releases it, and the most extraordinary music begins to play. The melody that emerges is unlike anything a simple music box should produce. Instead of the tinny, mechanical notes one might expect, the sound is rich and full, as if a small orchestra had taken residence within the wooden box. The tune itself is hauntingly beautiful, sweet and melancholy, familiar yet strange, like a half-remembered lullaby from childhood. But more remarkable than the music is what happens next. As the melody plays, the air above the box begins to shimmer, and suddenly the tavern is filled with the presence of other times, other lives, not solid visions, but something more subtle, the gentle weight of memory made manifest. There's an elderly woman with Henrik's eyes, humming the same tune while kneading bread in a sunlit kitchen. A young man in a soldier's uniform, writing a letter by candlelight while the same melody plays somewhere in the distance. Children, dancing in a village square to the music of a small brass band, their laughter mixing with the familiar notes. The visions, if that's what they are, flow like water, each scene melting into the next with the fluid grace of dreams. They're not frightening or overwhelming, but gentle and welcoming, like looking through a window into the warmest moments of lives well lived. "My aunt and uncle," Henrik whispers, his voice thick with emotion. "Their wedding day, I can see them, dancing to this same song." Indeed, the tavern fills with the ghostly presence of a young couple, spinning slowly in each other's arms while fiddle music plays and friends cheer from the edges of what might be this very room, decades ago. Durin wipes his eyes with the back of his hand, not bothering to hide his emotion. That's proper magic, that is. Not the flashy kind that makes lights and noise, but the real sort, the kind that connects hearts across time. The music continues, and with it come more memories, not just Henrik's family, but glimpses of other lives, other loves, other moments of pure joy and connection. A grandmother teaching a small child to braid flowers, a group of friends sharing a meal that looks remarkably like Janna's stew, a young woman singing the melody while hanging laundry in a garden full of roses. "It's like the box collects happy moments," observes Deimos softly, his usual sarcasm replaced by genuine wonder, as if someone crafted it specifically to hold the kind of memories that make life worth living. As the melody plays on, the assembled patrons find themselves drawn into the gentle magic. Some sway slightly to the music, others smile at visions only they can see. The tavern fills with a warmth that has nothing to do with the fire, the warmth of shared experience, of lives touching across the years through the simple power of music and memory. Young Tam's face is bright with tears, but he's smiling. "I can see my grandmother," he whispers. "She's singing this song while she works in her garden. I remember now. She used to hum it all the time, but I'd forgotten until now." The music begins to slow, the clockwork mechanism winding down, and the visions fade gradually, like morning mist touched by sunlight. But the feeling they've left behind remains, a sense of connection, of belonging to something larger than themselves. As the last notes fade into silence, the tavern remains quiet for a long moment, everyone lost in their own thoughts and memories. "Well," says Janna finally, her voice soft with emotion, "that's the most beautiful thing I've seen in years." Henrik closes the music box gently, his expression a mixture of sadness and contentment. "My aunt left it to me for a reason, I think. Not just to keep, but to share. Music like this is meant to bring people together." "Indeed it is," agrees Deimos, raising his wine in a gentle toast. "To your aunt's wisdom and to the magic of memory." The toast is taken up throughout the tavern, voices soft and warm in the candlelit space. As mugs clink gently together, the fire settles into glowing coals, and the autumn wind whispers against the windows. Everyone present feels touched by something precious. the reminder that all lives are connected by threads of love and music, and that sometimes, if we're very fortunate, we get to see those connections made visible. Henrik carefully wraps the music box in its silk covering, but not before promising to bring it back another evening. As the night settles around the moonlit mug like a comfortable blanket, the melody continues to echo softly in everyone's heart, a gentle reminder that the most powerful magic is often the simplest, the magic of memory, love, and the connections that bind us all together across time. And so our first tale finds its gentle close with music lingering in the air and warmth filling every corner of our beloved tavern. But the night is still young, and already another story begins to unfold, as soft as candlelight and twice as welcoming. The evening had settled into that comfortable rhythm that follows extraordinary moments, when the magic has faded, but its warmth remains like the glow of embers long after flames have died. Conversations resumed in gentler tones, as if everyone present understood they had witnessed something precious and didn't want to disturb its memory with harsh words or sudden movements. It was into this peaceful atmosphere that an unexpected visitor made his entrance, though entrance might be too grand a word for the way he simply appeared at the tavern door, as if he'd been waiting patiently for exactly the right moment to arrive. The creature in question was unmistakably a cat, though calling him merely a cat seemed rather like calling a sunset merely colourful. He was a magnificent tom with fur the colour of autumn leaves, deep oranges and rich golds that seemed to capture and hold the tavern's firelight. His size was impressive even by barn cat standards, and he carried himself with the sort of dignity usually reserved for royalty or very successful merchants. What made his arrival particularly noteworthy wasn't his appearance. Impressive though it was, but the fact that he walked directly to the bar, hopped onto a stool with practiced ease, and cleared his throat in an unmistakably attention-seeking manner. The tavern fell silent, not from shock. The patrons of the moonlit mug had seen stranger things than a confident cat, but from curiosity. There was something about the way he sat, perfectly upright with his magnificent tail wrapped around his paws, that suggested he had business to conduct. "Excuse me," the cat said in a voice like warm honey poured over gravel, refined, but with an underlying purr that made every word seem both authoritative and oddly comforting. "I believe there's been some confusion about the local leadership situation that needs immediate clarification." Jana, to her credit, didn't drop the mug she was cleaning, though her grip tightened considerably. After nearly 20 years of running a tavern in a village where magical things happened with surprising regularity, she'd learned to take talking animals in stride. "I'm sorry," she said carefully, "but did you just say something about leadership?" The cat's green eyes fixed on her with the sort of attention usually reserved for mice or particularly interesting birds. "Indeed I did. You see, I've been conducting an informal survey of the village's governance, and I'm afraid I've found it quite lacking. No one seems to be in charge of anything important." Durin lowered his mug slowly, his weathered face expressing the sort of cautious interest that comes from decades of dealing with the inexplicable. "And by important, you mean?" "The truly vital matters," the cat replied with the patient air of someone explaining something obvious to a child, ensuring proper distribution of fish scraps, maintaining adequate sunny spots for afternoon naps, keeping the mouse population at acceptable levels, not too few to provide sport, not so many as to become problematic. Basic civic responsibilities that any competent government should prioritize. Deimos set down his wine glass with deliberate care, his silver eyebrows climbing toward his hairline, Let me understand this correctly. You're suggesting that our current village council has been negligent in their fish scrap duties? Among other things, the cat confirmed gravely. When did you last see Mayor Thompson personally inspect the quality of cream being sold at market, or test the warmth of various doorsteps during the winter months? These are fundamental governmental responsibilities that have been shamefully ignored. The absurdity of the situation began to settle over the tavern like morning mist, bringing with it the kind of gentle amusement that makes ordinary evenings memorable. Young Tam struggled to contain his laughter, while several of the older patrons exchanged glances that suggested they were beginning to enjoy where this conversation might lead. "I suppose," said Henrik thoughtfully, still cradling his wrapped music box, "you have a solution to propose." The cat's chest puffed slightly with pride. "I do indeed. Having given the matter considerable thought, approximately 3 naps worth, which is quite substantial for issues of this magnitude, I've decided to assume the position of mayor myself." "Just like that?" asked Jana, though her tone suggested more amusement than skepticism. "Just like that," the cat confirmed. "I have extensive qualifications. I've lived in this village for 7 years. I know every alley and rooftop. I have excellent relationships with most of the local wildlife, and I've never once failed to wake up on time for anything important." "What constitutes anything important in your estimation?" Deimos inquired with the sort of careful neutrality that suggested he was thoroughly enjoying himself. "Meals," the cat replied without hesitation. "Optimal sunbathing opportunities, the evening patrol of my territory, greeting dawn from the church tower, the essential activities that keep a community functioning properly." Durin scratched his beard thoughtfully. "And you think you could do better than Mayor Thompson?" The cat's tail twitched with what might have been disdain. "Mayor Thompson hasn't caught a single mouse since taking office. His record on rat reduction is even worse. And don't get me started on his complete failure to establish proper catnip cultivation programs." "Those might not be traditional mayoral responsibilities," suggested Henrik gently. "Which only proves my point about the current administration's inadequacy," the cat replied triumphantly. "A truly competent leader would have recognized these issues and addressed them years ago." The conversation that followed was unlike anything the moonlit mug had ever hosted. The cat, who introduced himself as Sir Whiskers I, though he was willing to consider formal titles once his administration was established, outlined his platform with the sort of detailed planning that suggested he'd given this matter serious consideration. His proposed policies included mandatory afternoon quiet hours for proper napping, improved birdwatching facilities essential for mental health, and a comprehensive overhaul of the village's approach to weather prediction. He claimed superior ability to sense incoming storms through his whiskers. "Now see here," protested Durin, though his tone remained good-natured. "You can't just declare yourself mayor. There are procedures, elections, paperwork." Sir Whiskers fixed him with a steady green stare. "Did anyone elect Mayor Thompson, or did he simply volunteer and everyone went along with it because no one else wanted the job?" The accuracy of this observation created a moment of uncomfortable silence. Mayor Thompson had indeed assumed his position largely by default when the previous mayor moved to the next village over to be closer to his grandchildren. "That's actually a fair point," admitted Jana reluctantly. "Furthermore," Sir Whiskers continued, warming to his theme, "I propose to conduct my administration with complete transparency. My office hours will be daily from dawn until noon, location weather-dependent but generally involving the sunniest available spot. Citizens may bring concerns directly to my attention, provided they don't interrupt during meals or urgent grooming sessions." Young Tam raised his hand tentatively. "What about taxes?" "Abolished," Sir Whiskers declared firmly, to be replaced with a voluntary tribute system based on fish, cream, and suitable scratching opportunities, much more civilized. The proposal was so delightfully absurd that several patrons found themselves genuinely considering its merits. A mayor who prioritized comfort, insisted on transparent scheduling, and promised to reduce bureaucratic complexity to its essential elements had obvious appeal. "What about law enforcement?" asked Deimos, his tone suggesting genuine curiosity.
"Rather than skepticism, I have extensive experience in nighttime security patrols," Sir Whiskers replied proudly.
"My territory encompasses roughly 3/4 of the village, and I've maintained peace through a combination of strategic positioning and what humans call presence. Crime rates in areas under my supervision are notably low. Mostly because criminals are afraid of tripping over you in the dark," muttered Durin, though not unkindly. "Effective deterrence through innovative positioning," Sir Whiskers corrected with dignity. "It's called proactive policing." As the evening progressed, the absurd mayoral campaign began to take on a life of its own. Other patrons arrived and were quickly brought up to speed on the situation, each reaction adding another layer to the gentle comedy unfolding around the bar. Mrs. Holloway, the village's most notorious gossip, declared herself fascinated by the candidate's transparency policies. "At least we'd always know where to find him," she pointed out practically. Old Peter, who ran the village's small library, wondered aloud about Sir Whiskers' stance on literacy programs, which led to the cat proudly demonstrating his ability to knock specific books off shelves on command, a skill he claimed would revolutionize library organization. The baker arrived just as Sir Whiskers was explaining his economic policies, which involved strategic partnerships with local businesses to ensure optimal treat distribution. The proposal to establish a municipal cheese reserve for emergency situations struck everyone as surprisingly sensible. "You know," said Jana as she refilled mugs and served late evening snacks, "this is either the most ridiculous conversation we've ever
had in here, or accidentally brilliant. Why not both?" suggested Deimos, raising his glass in a mock toast.
"To Sir Whiskers the First, and to the most entertainingly unconventional political campaign in the village's history." The toast was taken up with varying degrees of sincerity and amusement. Sir Whiskers accepted the honor with regal grace, though he did pause mid-acknowledgement to thoroughly clean one paw, behavior he explained as essential to maintaining the dignity of his potential office. As the fire settled lower in its grate and the autumn wind whispered around the tavern's stone walls, the absurd mayoral campaign wound toward its natural conclusion. Sir Whiskers, having stated his case with admirable thoroughness, announced that he would be accepting questions from constituents for the remainder of the evening before retiring to consider the weight of public service. The questions that followed ranged from practical, snow removal policies, to philosophical, the role of government in regulating bird behavior, to utterly silly official position on the taxation of mouse toys. Sir Whiskers handled each with the sort of measured consideration that suggested he was taking his impromptu candidacy seriously, even if no one else was entirely sure they should. By the time the evening reached its natural close, with candles burning low and conversations softening to murmurs, Sir Whiskers had somehow managed to make his absurd campaign seem not just entertaining, but oddly endearing. His combination of feline logic and genuine concern for village welfare created a platform that was simultaneously ridiculous and strangely appealing. "Well," said Henrik as he prepared to head home with his precious music box, "I never thought."
"I'd say this, but he might actually make a decent mayor."
"Stranger things have happened," Jana agreed, though she was smiling as she said it. Sir Whiskers, having concluded his evening's political activities, hopped down from his bar stool with the satisfied air of someone who had accomplished exactly what he'd set out to do. Before leaving, he turned back to address his impromptu campaign audience one final time. "Thank you for your consideration," he said with formal dignity. "I'll be conducting a town square rally tomorrow at noon. Weather permitting, refreshments will not be provided, but I encourage everyone to bring appropriate tributes for the candidate." And with that, he strode toward the door with his magnificent tail held high, every inch the confident politician. Just before reaching the exit, he paused to add over his shoulder, "Also, I'll need someone to handle the paperwork. Opposable thumbs are unfortunately not among my qualifications." The laughter that followed him out into the crisp autumn night was warm and fond, the kind that comes from witnessing something unexpected and delightful. As the tavern settled back into its evening rhythm, patrons found themselves still chuckling over the absurd turn the night had taken. And so the village's most unusual political campaign came to its gentle close, leaving behind the promise of tomorrow's rally and the lingering question of whether Sir Whiskers I might actually manage to charm his way into office through sheer audacity and superior nap scheduling policies. The night air outside carried the promise of frost, and inside the moonlit mug, the fire had settled into glowing coals that painted everything in soft red and gold. It was the perfect atmosphere for quiet conversations and gentle magic, which made it the ideal time for the next bit of tavern chaos to make its entrance. The trouble began, as such troubles often do, with the best of intentions and a slight miscalculation in magical theory. Cornelius Thimbleworth, the village's resident wizard, had been working on what he confidently described as a minor charm for digestive comfort, a spell designed to ease the sort of stomach troubles that come from overindulging in Janna's excellent cooking. Cornelius was the sort of wizard who inspired more affection than awe, which was probably for the best in a small village like theirs. His magic was enthusiastic rather than precise, and his robes bore the cheerful stains and scorch marks that spoke of frequent experimentation and occasional miscalculation. His beard, once probably brown, had acquired streaks of various colors from different magical mishaps over the years, creating a tapestry of silver, blue, green, and what might have been purple if viewed in the right light. He'd been working on his digestive charm in the back corner of the tavern, using a table that Janna had grudgingly designated as the wizard's workspace after too many incidents involving smoke, colored lights, and the lingering smell of sulfur. The table bore the scars of his previous experiments, scorch marks, mysterious stains, and several small holes that he claimed were precisely calibrated ventilation features. The first sign that something had gone wrong was when Cornelius began to glow faintly green around the edges. This wasn't particularly unusual. His spells often produced visual side effects, but the steady increase in luminosity suggested that perhaps his calculations had been more enthusiastic than accurate. The second sign was the hiccup. It wasn't an ordinary hiccup, the kind that might be cured with a glass of water or a good scare. This was a hiccup that seemed to resonate through the entire tavern, causing the candles to flicker and the wine glasses to ring like tiny bells. More concerning still, each hiccup was accompanied by a small puff of multicolored smoke that sparkled with its own internal light.
"Oh, bother," Cornelius muttered, his voice carrying an odd harmonic quality that suggested magical involvement. "That's not quite right." The third hiccup was so powerful it rattled the bottles behind the bar and caused young Tam to spill ale
down his shirt. The fourth made the fire in the hearth briefly burn blue and green before returning to its normal orange glow. "Cornelius!" called Janna from behind the bar, her tone carrying the patient exasperation of someone who had dealt with magical mishaps before. "What exactly were you trying to accomplish over there?" Simple digestive aid, Cornelius replied, then was interrupted by another spectacular hiccup that caused his hat to emit a small shower of golden sparks. Perfectly harmless, just a bit of herbal magic to help settle the stomach after a heavy meal. And instead, prompted Deimos, though his tone suggested he was already fairly certain he didn't want to know the answer. Another hiccup, this one accompanied by what sounded distinctly like a tiny bell ringing somewhere inside Cornelius's chest. Instead, I appear to have created a sympathetic resonance between my digestive system and the tavern's magical field. Each hiccup is amplifying the ambient magical energy and creating feedback loops. Durin set down his mug with the careful precision of someone who had learned to be cautious around magical explanations. In common words, wizard?
I'm stuck hiccuping magic, Cornelius admitted, just as another powerful hiccup caused every piece of metal in the tavern to hum briefly in harmony. And it's getting stronger. This proved to be something of an understatement.
The next hiccup was powerful enough to cause the hanging herbs to sway gently from their beams, and the one after that made everyone's hair stand on end with static electricity. "Can you make it stop?" asked Henrik, instinctively clutching his music box closer to his chest. "Working on it," Cornelius replied, though his concentration was somewhat undermined by the increasingly frequent hiccups. Each one now produced a different magical effect, a brief shower of flower petals, a momentary multiplication of everyone's shadow, a sound like distant laughter that seemed to come from the walls themselves. The situation might have been genuinely concerning if not for the fact that all the magical effects were fundamentally harmless, if increasingly elaborate. The hiccups were producing what could only be described as magical entertainment, brief glimpses of wonder that were more delightful
than dangerous.
One hiccup caused everyone's reflection in the bar mirror to wave cheerfully. Another made the fire briefly take the shape of dancing figures before returning to normal flames. A particularly powerful one filled the air with the sound of distant music, as if somewhere far away an invisible orchestra was playing a waltz. "You know," observed Deimos, as his wine glass briefly sprouted tiny wings before returning to normal. "As magical disasters go, this is remarkably pleasant." "It's not a disaster," protested Cornelius, though his words were punctuated by a hiccup that caused all the tavern's shadows to turn briefly purple. "It's just an unexpected side effect, perfectly manageable." "Manageable?" Janna asked, watching with fascination as another hiccup caused the bottles behind the bar to briefly rearrange themselves in alphabetical order. "Cornelius, you're turning my tavern into a magical light show." "Only temporarily," he assured her, then hiccuped so powerfully that everyone's clothes briefly changed color. Red became blue, brown became green, and Janna's practical grey apron transformed into brilliant sunshine yellow. "I just need to find the right counterspell to break the resonance loop." The search for a solution became the evening's entertainment. Cornelius, between increasingly spectacular hiccups, consulted a small leather-bound notebook filled with his magical observations and theories. The other patrons offered suggestions ranging from practical, holding his breath, to ridiculous, standing on his head while reciting the alphabet backward. Young Tam suggested scaring the hiccups away, which led to Durin attempting to startle Cornelius by shouting "Boo!" at an inappropriate moment. The result was a hiccup so powerful it caused everyone in the tavern to briefly speak in rhyme for several minutes, turning ordinary conversation into inadvertent poetry. "This situation's quite a mess," Janna found herself saying, "but I must
admit I'm not distressed." "The rhyming's odd but rather fun," added Deimos with surprise, "though I'll be glad when it's done." The rhyming effect wore off after a few minutes, leaving everyone laughing at their accidental poetry.
The laughter seemed to have a positive effect on Cornelius's condition. The next hiccup was noticeably less powerful and produced only a brief shower of harmless soap bubbles instead of more dramatic magical effects. Laughter, Cornelius mused, his scholarly mind seizing on the observation even as another small hiccup produced a puff of smoke that smelled remarkably like fresh bread. Laughter reduces magical tension. The emotional release is breaking down the resonance field. "So we need to keep you amused?" asked Henrik, though he was already smiling at the absurdity of the situation. "It appears so," Cornelius replied, then hiccuped again, this time producing only a brief sparkle in the air, like indoor fireflies. The positive emotional energy is disrupting the magical feedback loop. What followed was perhaps the most delightfully ridiculous magical healing session in the village's history. The tavern's patrons took turns telling jokes, sharing funny stories, and generally doing their best to keep Cornelius entertained, while his magical hiccups gradually diminished in power and frequency. Durin regaled everyone with the tale of his attempt to impress a dwarven maiden by demonstrating his beard braiding skills, which had resulted in him accidentally braiding his beard to a tavern table and requiring rescue from the local blacksmith. Demos shared an elegantly told story about a centuries-old incident involving mistaken identity, a very confused dragon, and 3 barrels of elvish wine that had somehow ended up in entirely the wrong kingdom. Even Janna contributed, describing her early days as a barmaid when she'd accidentally served a love potion instead of cooking wine to a customer, resulting in him falling passionately in love with a bar stool and requiring considerable effort to convince him that the relationship had no future. Each story brought more laughter, and each bout of laughter reduced the power of Cornelius's magical hiccups. The effects became gentler and more whimsical, tiny flowers that bloomed and faded in the air, soap bubbles that reflected impossible colors, brief moments when gravity seemed optional for small objects. By the time the evening reached its natural conclusion, Cornelius's hiccups had diminished to occasional small puffs of colored smoke that smelled like various pleasant things: cinnamon, fresh rain, blooming roses, newly baked bread. The magical resonance had broken down into something manageable and almost charming. "Well," said Janna as she began her end-of-evening cleanup, "I have to admit, that was more entertaining than most of our quiet nights." "My apologies for the disruption," Cornelius said, gathering his magical supplies with the careful attention of someone who had learned valuable lessons about experimentation. Though I must say the laughter therapy approach to magical resonance disruption is quite fascinating from a theoretical standpoint. "Next time you want to experiment with digestive aids," Deimos suggested with amusement, "perhaps warn us first so we can prepare appropriate entertainment." "Actually," said young Tam thoughtfully, "it was rather wonderful, like having our own private magic show, but one where everyone was part of the performance instead of just watching." Cornelius's final hiccup of the evening produced a gentle shower of golden sparkles that settled over the tavern like magical snow, each mote twinkling briefly before fading away. "I believe," he said with relief, "that concludes tonight's unintentional entertainment." The fire had burned down to comfortable coals, casting everything in warm amber light that made the lingering sparkles seem like captured stars. As the last of the magical effects faded, the tavern settled back into its familiar rhythm, though everyone present carried with them the memory of an evening when laughter itself had proven to be the most powerful magic of all. And so our third tale winds gently toward its close, with magic tamed by mirth and friendship proven once again to be the finest remedy for life's unexpected complications. But the night holds more stories yet, and as the last sparkles fade from the air, a new voice calls softly from the tavern's entrance. The voice belonged to Ezra Moonweaver, a traveling merchant whose visits to the village were as welcome as they were unpredictable. Unlike the common peddlers who arrived with predetermined schedules and predictable wares, Ezra appeared when fancy struck him, bearing treasures that seemed chosen specifically for the people who would ultimately claim them. Tonight he stood in the doorway like a figure from a pleasant dream, his traveling cloak still dusted with road dirt, but his eyes bright with the particular satisfaction that comes from completing a successful journey. Behind him, barely visible in the darkness, stood his faithful mule Seraphina, loaded with the mysterious bundles and carefully wrapped packages that promised wonder to those with discerning taste and adequate coin. "Good evening, friends," Ezra called warmly, his voice carrying the musical cadence of someone who had learned to speak in dozens of different dialects. "I hope I'm not too late to share your fire, and perhaps a bowl of whatever delicious creation is making my mouth water from half a mile down the road." "Ezra!" Janna's face lit with genuine pleasure as she hurried to greet him. "We weren't expecting."
"You until spring. Come in, come in. You look half frozen. And Seraphina too. I'll send young Tam to settle her in the stable with extra oats."
The merchant's arrival created the sort of pleasant bustle that comes when routine is interrupted by welcome surprise. Tam hurried out to care for Seraphina, who greeted him with the patient dignity of a creature accustomed to being pampered by admirers. Other patrons shifted to make room at the central table, the best spot for a storyteller to hold court while warming cold bones by the fire. Ezra settled gratefully into the offered chair, accepting a steaming bowl of mushroom and barley stew with the reverence of someone who had been living on travel rations for too many days. His appearance bore the comfortable shabbiness of a man who spent more time on the road than in any permanent dwelling. His clothes were well made, but well worn. His boots showed the scars of countless miles, and his hands bore the calluses that came from loading and unloading precious cargo. "Now then," he said, between appreciative spoonfuls of stew, "I trust everyone's been well. No unexpected disasters, magical or otherwise. No dragons requiring diplomatic negotiations. No curses that need creative solutions." "Nothing quite so dramatic," Deimos replied with amusement, "though we did have a minor incident with magical
hiccups just this evening. Cornelius here turned himself into a temporary light show while trying to perfect a digestive charm. Cornelius, still occasionally emitting tiny puffs of harmless sparkles, waved sheepishly from his corner table.
"Perfectly under control now," he assured Ezra. "Though I did learn some fascinating things about emotional resonance and magical feedback loops." "Ah, experimental magic," Ezra nodded knowingly. "Always educational, though rarely in the ways one expects. I once traded with a wizard who accidentally turned his entire laboratory purple. Took 3 months to fade back to normal colors, but he claimed the experience taught him valuable lessons about chromatic theory." As Ezra warmed himself with food and fire, the conversation naturally turned to his recent travels. The merchant was a gifted storyteller with an eye for the sort of details that transformed ordinary adventures into compelling tales. He spoke of mountain passes where the snow sang in harmony with the wind, of coastal villages where the fishermen painted their boats with colors that changed depending on the viewer's mood, of forests where the trees whispered gossip in languages so old that only the stones remembered their meaning. "Speaking of stones," Ezra said, his tone taking on the particular quality that suggested a story worth hearing, "I encountered something quite remarkable on my way here. Something that I believe might interest this particular gathering. He reached into one of his many traveling pouches and withdrew what appeared to be an ordinary river stone, smooth and grey and entirely unremarkable except for the careful way he handled it. This little fellow and his companions have been the most unusual traveling partners I've ever had. It's a rock, observed Durin with the blunt practicality that made him endearing. A nice enough rock, I suppose, but still just a rock. Ezra smiled mysteriously. Ah, but that's where you're wrong, my friend. This is no ordinary stone. This is harmony, and she has quite the voice when the mood strikes her. Before anyone could, ask what he meant, Ezra began to hum, a simple, wordless melody that seemed to arise naturally from the warmth and comfort of the evening. The tune was nothing extraordinary, the sort of gentle air that might accompany evening chores or quiet contemplation. But as his voice rose and fell in the simple melody, something extraordinary began to happen. The stone in his hand began to glow with a soft, warm light, and from somewhere within its smooth surface came an answering voice, pure, sweet, and impossibly beautiful. The stone was singing, not in words but in tones that harmonized perfectly, with Ezra's humming creating a duet between human voice and mineral that was unlike anything any of them had ever heard. The sound filled the tavern with warmth that went beyond the physical, touching something deep in the chest that had little to do with ears and everything to do with the heart. "Good Lord," whispered Henrik, his music box forgotten in his amazement. "How is that possible?" "I'm not entirely certain," Ezra admitted, continuing his gentle humming as the stone sang along with crystalline purity. "I found her and her sisters in a stream bed high in the Whispering Mountains. The local shepherds told me stories of stones that learned to sing by listening to the water's music for centuries, but I'd always assumed such tales were purely metaphorical." He paused in his humming, and the stone's voice faded to silence, though its gentle glow continued for several moments more before dimming back to ordinary grey. "There are others?" asked young Tam, his eyes wide with wonder. "Oh yes," Ezra replied, reaching into his pouches again. "Harmony here is the soprano of the group. There's also Melody, she handles the middle ranges, and Bass, who provides the
foundation, and Little Rhythm, who doesn't sing so much as she keeps time."
As he spoke, he produced 3 more stones, each slightly different in size and color, but all bearing the same smooth, water-worn appearance that spoke of centuries spent in mountain streams. He arranged them carefully on the table before him, spacing them with the precision of a conductor preparing his orchestra. "Would you like to hear them perform together?" he asked, though the eager expressions around the table made the question purely rhetorical. What followed was nothing short of magical. As Ezra began a new melody, something more complex than his earlier humming, the 4 stones began to glow and sing in perfect harmony. Harmony provided the soaring melody line. Melody filled in the supporting harmonies. Bass added depth and richness to the foundation, and Little Rhythm kept perfect time with sounds that were less musical notes than they were the essence of rhythm, made audible. The effect was transformative. The simple tavern became a concert hall, the flickering firelight became stage lighting, and the assembled patrons became an audience witnessing something that existed nowhere else in the world. The stones' voices wove together in harmonies that seemed to tell stories without words, painting images in sound that spoke directly to the imagination. They sang of mountain streams rushing toward the sea, of seasons changing in endless cycles, of the patient work of water wearing away stone until even the hardest granite became smooth and beautiful. They sang of time moving in ways that humans barely comprehended, of the slow conversations that mountains held across centuries, of the secret music that flowed beneath the surface of the everyday world. The performance lasted perhaps 10 minutes, though time seemed to move differently while the stones sang. When the final notes faded into the crackling of the fire, everyone present sat in silence for a long moment, processing what they had just experienced. "That," said Deimos finally, his usual eloquence reduced to simple wonder, "was extraordinary. I've never heard anything like it," added Janna, her practical nature momentarily overwhelmed by beauty. "How do they know to harmonize so perfectly? According to the mountain folk," Ezra explained, carefully gathering his singing stones back into their pouches, "they learned from each other during their centuries in the stream. Water has its own music, you see, and stones that spend long enough listening eventually learn to sing along." "But how do they know your melodies?" pressed Cornelius, his scientific mind grappling with the implications. "You can't have taught them every song they just harmonized with." Ezra smiled mysteriously. "I think they don't so much learn specific songs as they learn the principles of harmony itself. Once you understand how voices work together, you can harmonize with any melody, even one you've never heard before." The conversation that followed was filled with questions about the stones'
origins, their musical abilities, and the legends surrounding them.
Ezra shared what he knew, though he admitted that much about the singing stones remained mysterious even to those who had studied them for years. The mountain shepherds, he explained, considered them sacred, not in a religious sense, but in the way that truly beautiful things become sacred simply by existing. They were never sold or traded, only gifted to those whom the stones themselves seemed to choose. Ezra had been selected, apparently, when the stones had begun singing unprompted upon his approach to their stream. They wanted to travel, he said, simply. After centuries in one place, they were curious about the wider world and the music it might contain. "And they chose you as their guide?" asked Henrik. "More like their accompanist," Ezra corrected with a smile. "I provide the melodies, they provide the magic. It's been the most musical journey of my life." As the evening progressed, Ezra treated his audience to several more performances, each showcasing different aspects of the stones' remarkable abilities. They could harmonize with instrumental music as easily as with voice, they could adjust their volume to match their surroundings, and they seemed to have an intuitive understanding of what music would best suit any given moment. When young Tam shyly asked if he could try humming with them, the stones responded with gentle harmonies that turned his simple tune into something beautiful and complex. When Durin gruffly admitted he wouldn't mind hearing something with a bit more backbone, they provided robust harmonies for an old dwarven work song that had the entire tavern clapping along. Most remarkably, when Cornelius mentioned that he'd always wondered what his magical experiments might sound like if set to music, the stones somehow harmonized with the tiny sparkles he was still occasionally producing, turning even accidental magic into part of their musical repertoire. "Music," observed Deimos as the evening's performances wound toward their natural conclusion, "truly is the universal language." "Indeed it is," agreed Ezra, settling the stones back into their pouches with the careful attention of someone handling precious friends rather than mere objects. "These little ones have taught me that music exists everywhere, if you only know how to listen for it." The fire had burned down to glowing coals, and the late hour was making itself known through gentle yawns and the soft settling of the tavern's timbers. As conversations softened and the night drew its comfortable blanket around the moonlit mug, Ezra's singing stones had added their own thread to the tapestry of evening magic. "Will you stay long?" asked Janna, as she began her gentle preparations for closing time. "A day or two," Ezra replied. "Long enough to rest and resupply, and perhaps to let the stones perform for anyone who might have missed tonight's concert. They do enjoy an appreciative audience." And so, Our fourth tale finds its gentle conclusion, with harmony lingering in the air and the promise of more music to come. The stones rest quietly in their pouches, but their songs echo softly in the hearts of all who heard them, a reminder that beauty can be found in the most unexpected places, and that sometimes the most precious treasures are those that choose their own companions. The warmth of the evening seemed to have settled permanently into the tavern's very walls, as if all the music and laughter and gentle magic had soaked into the stone and timber, creating an atmosphere of contentment that wrapped around everyone present like the softest wool. It was into this peaceful scene that the next bit of wonder made its quiet entrance. It began with young Tam noticing something unusual about his reflection in his soup bowl. The lad had been absently stirring the remains of his evening meal while listening to the last echoes of the Singing Stones performance, when he paused, spoon halfway to his mouth, and stared into the ceramic depths with an expression of bewildered fascination. "That's odd," he murmured, tilting his bowl this way and that to catch the firelight. "My soup is twinkling?" Janna looked up from her end-of-evening preparations, wooden spoon in hand, and eyebrows raised in the expression of someone who had learned to take unusual statements seriously when they came from patrons of the moonlit
Mug. Twinkling how exactly? Like there are tiny stars floating in it, Tam replied, his voice filled with the sort of wonder that only comes from witnessing something genuinely impossible.
"Look!" He held his bowl up toward the firelight, and indeed there were points of light dancing within the mushroom and barley stew, not reflections or trick of the candlelight, but actual pinpricks of brilliance that moved independently of any external light source. They drifted slowly through the thick broth like luminous snowflakes, each one perfect and distinct. "Well, I'll be," breathed Durin, leaning forward to peer into his own bowl. "Mine's doing it too, got little lights."
Swimming around like they own the place.
One by one, the other diners examined their bowls, and one by one they discovered the same impossible phenomenon. Every bowl of soup in the tavern contained its own constellation of tiny, dancing lights that sparkled and swirled with gentle motion. "Is this your doing, Cornelius?" asked Deimos, though his tone suggested curiosity rather than accusation. "Some lingering effect from your earlier magical experiments?" The wizard looked up from his own bowl, where the lights seemed to be forming and dissolving in complex patterns that defied explanation. "Not intentionally," he admitted, though it's possible that the magical resonance from earlier created some sort of sympathetic field that's attracting whatever these are. Ezra set down his spoon and studied the phenomenon with the careful attention of someone who had seen many wonders in his travels. "I've encountered something similar once before," he said thoughtfully. "In a monastery high in the eastern mountains, where the monks claimed their soup bowls sometimes captured fallen stars on particularly clear nights." "Fallen stars?" Henrik asked, cradling his bowl as if it contained something infinitely precious. "Not literally fallen," Ezra clarified with
a gentle smile.
"But the monks believed that on certain evenings when the celestial conditions were just right, tiny fragments of starlight could become detached from their sources and drift down to earth like invisible snow. Apparently, they're drawn to warmth
And nourishment, the very things that make soup comforting to humans. As if summoned by his words, more lights began to appear in the bowls, drifting down from somewhere near the ceiling like luminous dust motes.
But unlike ordinary dust, these lights moved with purpose and grace, seeking out the warm bowls of soup where they settled and began their gentle dance. "It's beautiful," whispered Janna, her practical nature momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer wonder of the moment. like having our own private piece of the night sky. The lights in each bowl seemed to have their own personality. Some drifted in lazy circles, others pulsed gently like tiny heartbeats, and still others seemed to chase each other in elaborate games of celestial tag. The overall effect was mesmerizing, a peaceful, dreamy sort of magic that invited quiet, contemplation rather than excitement. Young Tam, ever curious, attempted to touch one of the lights with his finger. Instead of extinguishing or fleeing, the tiny star seemed to recognize his gentle intent and settled briefly on his fingertip, where it glowed like a captured firefly before floating back to rejoin its companions in the soup. "They're warm," he reported with amazement. Not hot, but warm, like sunshine on a spring morning. Others followed his example, and soon the tavern was filled with the gentle interaction between human and starlight. The tiny stars seemed to enjoy the contact, often lingering on fingers or palms before returning to their bowls. Some particularly bold lights began exploring beyond the soup, drifting upward to dance around candle flames or settling briefly on shoulders and hair like luminous dandruff. "This is remarkable," breathed Cornelius, his scholarly mind cataloguing every detail. "They appear to be some form of materialized celestial energy, possibly photons that have achieved temporary physical coherence through unknown mechanisms. Or," suggested Deimos with gentle amusement, "they're simply magic, and sometimes magic doesn't require scientific explanation." "Both can be true," Cornelius replied, though he continued to study the lights with intense fascination. The most interesting phenomena usually exist at the intersection of the explainable and the wonderful. As the evening progressed, the star soup became not just a curiosity, but a source of genuine comfort. There was something profoundly soothing about watching the tiny lights dance and swirl, something that seemed to ease the day's tensions and encourage peaceful reflection. Conversations became softer, movements more gentle, as if everyone present instinctively understood that sudden motions might disturb the delicate magic settling around them. Ezra's singing stones, still safely tucked in their pouches, began to emit a very faint harmonic resonance, not quite audible, but felt rather than heard, a gentle vibration that seemed to complement the visual magic of the starlight soup. The merchant smiled knowingly. "I think they approve," he said quietly. "The stones have always been sensitive to celestial events. This sort of starfall only happens a few times each year, and never in quite the same way twice." "Starfall?" asked Janna, ladling fresh soup into an empty bowl and watching with delight as new lights immediately began to settle into the warm broth. "What the mountain folk call it when fragments of starlight become heavy enough to drift earthward," Ezra explained. "It usually happens on nights when the celestial energy is particularly strong, during meteor showers, eclipses, or when certain constellations align in specific ways." Henrik looked up from his bowl, where the lights had arranged themselves in what looked remarkably like a miniature version of the Great Bear constellation. "Is tonight one of those special nights?" "Apparently so," Ezra replied, gesturing toward the windows where, if one looked carefully, the night sky did seem unusually bright and clear. "Though I suspect the magic that's been building in this tavern all evening may have created particularly favorable conditions for attracting celestial visitors." The observation led to a fascinating discussion about the relationship between earthbound magic and celestial phenomena. Cornelius proposed theories about sympathetic resonance between different types of magical energy, while Deimos shared elegant elvish poetry about the connections between starlight and mortal dreams. Even Durin contributed, gruffly admitting that dwarven miners had long claimed certain gems glowed brighter during nights when the stars seemed particularly close to Earth. As they talked, the stars in their soup bowls continued their gentle dance, occasionally rising to drift briefly around the tavern before settling back into the warm broth. The effect was hypnotic and deeply peaceful, like having a lullaby made of light. Young Tam, who had been quietly experimenting with his bowl of star soup, made an unexpected discovery. "They taste like starlight," he announced, having apparently decided to sample a spoonful despite the presence of the luminous visitors. "What does starlight taste like?" asked Henrik, with amusement. Tam considered this seriously, his young face thoughtful as he searched for the right words. Like the feeling you get when you're lying in summer grass looking up at the night sky, but if that feeling were a flavor instead of a feeling. Sweet, but not like honey. More like happiness, if happiness was something you could taste. A poetic accuracy of his description struck everyone present as exactly right. Encouraged by his example, others began to taste their star-touched soup, and each reported similar experiences, flavors that had less to do with ingredients than with emotions, tastes that seemed to carry the essence of wonder and contentment. "Remarkable," murmured Cornelius, making careful notes in his ever-present journal. "The starlight appears to be adding not just luminosity, but actual gustatory enhancement to the food. Most fascinating from a theoretical standpoint. Most delicious from a practical standpoint," added Durin, who had begun to view his star soup with the appreciation of a connoisseur. "Jana, you should consider adding this to your regular menu." "I'm not sure I can control when stars decide to fall into soup." "Bowls," Jana replied with amusement, though she was clearly pleased by the compliment to her cooking. As the night deepened and the fire settled into comfortable coals, the starlight in the soup bowls began to fade gradually, the tiny lights growing dimmer and more translucent until they were barely visible. But rather than simply disappearing, they seemed to be dissolving into the soup itself, becoming part of the nourishment rather than merely decorating it. "They're saying goodbye," observed young Tam with the matter-of-fact acceptance that children bring to magical events or becoming part of us, suggested Ezra gently. "The mountain monks believe that when we consume starlight, even accidentally, it becomes part of our dreams and helps us remember that we're connected to something larger than ourselves." The idea was both comforting and profound, that they had all shared in something celestial, something that would become part of their very being through the simple act of finishing their evening meal. It transformed the ordinary routine of supper into something approaching communion with the cosmos. As the last visible traces of starlight faded from the soup bowls, the tavern seemed to settle into an even deeper sense of peace. The magic hadn't disappeared so much as it had been absorbed, becoming part of the warmth and comfort that made the moonlit mug feel like home to everyone who entered its doors. "Well," said Jana as she began collecting the empty bowls, each one seeming to retain a faint, luminous quality that might have been imagination or might have been lingering magic. "I think that's the most extraordinary soup service we've ever
had, and the most delicious," added Durin with satisfaction, "though I'm not sure how you'll top it for tomorrow's special." The gentle laughter that followed carried with it the contentment that comes from witnessing something beautiful and
sharing it with friends. As candles burned lower and conversations softened to murmurs, everyone present carried within them the memory of starlight dancing in soup bowls and the taste of wonder made manifest. And so our fifth tale finds its gentle close with celestial
magic absorbed rather than merely witnessed, and the promise that some part of the stars themselves now dwells within the hearts of all who shared this remarkable evening. The night grows later and rest calls softly, but there is one more story,
waiting to unfold before dreams can claim the cozy warmth of the moonlit mug. The discovery was made, as such discoveries often are, entirely by accident and at precisely the moment when it would cause the maximum amount of gentle confusion. Jana had just finished clearing the last of the star-touched soup bowls when she went to check on the apple pie she'd left cooling on the kitchen windowsill, a magnificent creation that had been filling the tavern with the warm scents of cinnamon, nutmeg, and perfectly caramelized fruit. The pie was gone, not stolen, which would have been a simple matter of human mischief, and not fallen, which would have left evidence of crust and filling scattered below the window. Simply absent. The windowsill bore a perfect circle of clean wood where the pie tin had rested, as if the entire dessert had simply decided to cease existing while no one was looking. "That's impossible," Jana muttered, checking behind curtains and under counters with the thoroughness of someone who refused to accept that a pie could vanish without reasonable explanation. "Pies don't just disappear into thin air." "What doesn't?" called Deimos from the common room, his elvish hearing having caught her puzzled mutterings. "My apple pie," Jana replied, emerging from the kitchen with an expression of baffled frustration. "I left it cooling on the windowsill not 20 minutes ago, and now it's completely gone. No crumbs, no tin, no trace that it ever existed." The announcement created the sort of interested stir that comes when a perfectly ordinary evening takes an unexpected turn toward the mysterious. The remaining patrons, a comfortable group by now, bound together by the evening's shared wonders, immediately began offering theories and assistance. "Could it have been stolen?" suggested young Tam, though his tone indicated he found this explanation as unlikely as everyone else. "By whom?" Jana asked practically. "The window faces the back garden, and the only living creatures back there
are Mrs. Henderson's chickens, and they can't reach that high."
"Unless they've learned to stack themselves," added Durin with gruff humor, though he was already rising from his chair to join the investigation. "Stranger things have happened tonight." Cornelius looked up from his journal with the expression of someone who had encountered unexplained phenomena before and found them personally fascinating. Magical displacement, perhaps? Some lingering effect from the evening's various supernatural events? Or, suggested Ezra thoughtfully, his merchant's mind automatically considering less obvious possibilities, something altogether more interesting than mere theft or magic. The search that followed was thorough and methodical, if, ultimately, fruitless. The kitchen revealed no signs of forced entry, no evidence of struggle, and no indication that any normal means of pie removal had been employed. The windowsill itself bore no scratches or marks that might suggest the intervention of climbing creatures, and the garden below showed no disturbance of soil or plants that might indicate dropped pastry. "It's as if the pie simply decided to go elsewhere," observed Henrik, who had joined the search despite still cradling his precious music box. "As if it had someplace more important to be." The phrase hung in the air with the weight of unintended significance, and everyone present paused to consider its implications. In a village where music boxes played memories, cats declared themselves mayor, and stars fell into soup bowls, the idea of a pie with its own agenda seemed less impossible than it might have elsewhere. "You don't suppose," began young Tam hesitantly, "that the pie might actually have gone somewhere on purpose?" "Pies don't have purposes," Jana replied automatically, though her tone suggested she was beginning to question even this basic assumption. "They're food, delicious, carefully prepared. Food that's meant to be eaten, not to wander off on mysterious errands. But if tonight has taught us anything," observed Deimos with his characteristic elegance, "it's that the ordinary rules of existence seem to be more flexible than usual." As if summoned by his words, a new voice joined the conversation. Soft, warm and tinged with embarrassment that was immediately recognizable despite coming from an entirely unexpected source. "I'm terribly sorry about the confusion," said the voice, which seemed to emanate from somewhere near the kitchen door. "I didn't mean to cause such a fuss. I simply couldn't help myself." The assembled group turned toward the source of the voice and found themselves face to face with what was unmistakably Janna's missing apple pie, hovering at roughly table height and glowing with the faint, warm light that seemed to be becoming the evening's signature magical effect. The pie looked exactly as it had when Janna had first removed it from the oven, golden crust, perfectly browned, decorative lattice work intact, and the tantalizing aroma of baked apples and spices wafting around it like an edible halo. The only difference was its apparent ability to float, speak, and radiate gentle luminescence. "Good evening," the pie continued politely, bobbing slightly in what might have been an attempt at a bow. "I do hope I haven't caused too much trouble. I found myself quite overwhelmed by all the wonderful events of this evening, and I simply had to see what was happening for myself." The silence that followed was the sort that occurs when people need time to adjust their understanding of what constitutes normal reality. It was Janna who finally found her voice, though she spoke with the careful precision of someone testing whether she was dreaming. "You're talking," she said slowly. "My apple pie is talking to me." "Oh yes," the pie replied cheerfully. "I hope you don't mind. It's just that I've been listening to all the lovely conversations from the kitchen, and when the starlight began falling, I found myself quite touched by the magic of the evening. Apparently, that was enough to give me a voice of my own. And the ability to float," added Durin, who was staring at the hovering dessert with the expression of someone whose worldview was undergoing rapid renovation. "That too," the pie agreed, "though I'm not entirely sure how that works. I simply thought about wanting to see what was happening, and suddenly I could move about as I pleased. Quite liberating, really." Cornelius was already reaching for his journal, his scholarly instincts overriding his astonishment. "Fascinating. The accumulated magical energy from the evening's events has apparently achieved sufficient density to spontaneously animate an inanimate object."
"Most remarkable. I prefer to think of it as gaining consciousness rather than mere animation," the pie corrected, with what sounded like gentle dignity. "I have thoughts and feelings now, not just magical movement." "Of course," Cornelius replied hastily. "I meant no offense."
"This is simply the most extraordinary example of emergent consciousness I've ever encountered. What do you think about?" asked young Tam with the direct curiosity that made him such an engaging conversationalist. "What does an apple pie think? About when it suddenly gains the ability to think?" The pie considered this question seriously, rotating slowly as if to better address its entire audience, mostly about how lovely it is to finally participate in conversation rather than simply overhearing it, and about how wonderful it smells in here, the wood smoke and herbs and the lingering traces of all the magic from tonight. "Oh, and about how much I hope I taste as good as I smell, though I suppose I'll never find out firsthand." The poignancy of this last observation touched everyone present. Here was a creature that had been created specifically to be consumed, and its first conscious thought was a wistful acceptance of its ultimate fate. "That's rather sad," murmured Henrik. "To gain consciousness only to face immediate—" "Well, oh, don't feel sad for me," the pie interrupted cheerfully. "I was made to bring pleasure and satisfaction to others. Now that I can think about it, I find that purpose quite fulfilling. I simply wanted to meet everyone first, and perhaps share in the joy of this remarkable evening before fulfilling my destiny. The simple grace of the pie's acceptance created a moment of profound quiet in the tavern. Here was a creature that had existed for mere hours, yet had somehow achieved a wisdom and contentment that many beings spent lifetimes seeking. "You know," said Ezra thoughtfully, "in some of the Eastern kingdoms, there are traditions about sharing
meals with honored guests regardless of their usual state of existence. Perhaps we could find a way to include you in the evening's festivities without immediately proceeding to consumption."
"That's very kind," the pie replied warmly, "but I think I'd rather be appreciated for what I was created to be. A good pie shared among friends is a beautiful thing, and I'd like to be part of that beauty." The conversation that followed was perhaps the most unusual dinner negotiation in the tavern's history. The pie expressed preferences about how it might be served. Small slices, please, so everyone could share. And paired, it suggested the house wine, though it admitted to having no direct experience with wine, and even offered commentary on proper pie-eating etiquette. "The secret," it confided, "is to appreciate each bite fully. I put a great deal of myself into achieving the perfect balance of sweet and tart, and I'd hate for that effort to be rushed." In the end, it was decided that the pie would be honored with a small ceremony before being served, a toast to its unique consciousness and a moment of gratitude for its willingness to fulfill its purpose with such grace. The pie seemed delighted by the attention, glowing more brightly as plans were made. "This is quite the most remarkable evening of my admittedly brief existence," it declared happily. "To think that I nearly missed it by remaining quietly on the windowsill. And so, in a ceremony that was both solemn and joyful, the conscious apple pie was honored, toasted, and ultimately shared among the friends who had witnessed its brief but meaningful existence." Each bite carried with it not just the flavors of perfectly balanced fruit and spices, but the memory of a consciousness that had chosen joy and purpose over self-preservation. As the last crumbs were savored and the final toast drunk, the magic of the evening settled into the warm satisfaction that comes from experiencing something truly extraordinary in the company of people who understand that some moments are too precious to question, only to celebrate. The night had grown deep and comfortable around the moonlit mug, and the fire had settled into the soft glow of lasting coals. With bellies full of conscious pie and hearts full of wonder, the assembled friends found themselves wrapped in the perfect contentment that comes at the end of an evening when the impossible has become not just possible, but delightful. The evening's magical residue seemed to have settled into the very air of the moonlit mug, creating an atmosphere so charged with gentle enchantment that even the most ordinary actions took on extraordinary qualities. It was perhaps inevitable, then, that when Cornelius attempted to clear his throat with a simple "ahem," what emerged instead was a perfectly metered couplet that rang through the tavern like a bell. "The night grows late, the fire burns low, yet still more wonders we shall know." The wizard blinked in surprise, his hand flying to his throat, as if checking that his voice box hadn't been replaced by some sort of mystical poetry engine. When he tried to speak again, his words once more emerged in verse. "This cannot be. What's happened here? My words in rhyme, both strange and clear." Young Tam started to laugh at the wizard's predicament, but when he opened his mouth, his own voice had fallen victim to the same peculiar affliction. "Oh my, oh me, what fun this is to speak in verse brings such a fizz." One by one, the remaining patrons discovered that their speech had been transformed into poetry. Not the laboured, forced rhyming of amateur verses, but natural, flowing language that somehow organised itself into perfect metre and rhyme without any conscious effort on their part. Jana emerged from the kitchen, drawn by the unusual cadence of conversation, only to find herself joining the impromptu poetry circle when she tried to comment on the situation. What silliness has taken hold? This rhyming tale must now be told. Durin, who had always claimed that poetry was nothing but fancy talking for people with too much time, found himself speaking in surprisingly elegant verse despite his gruff protests. "I've no patience for such frippery and verse, yet here I speak as if rehearsed." Deimos naturally adapted to the poetic requirement with the grace of someone who had been speaking in elegant language for centuries. How curious that magic's touch should make our simple words such music make. The effect was both bewildering and delightful. Ordinary conversation became an art form, with each speaker unconsciously crafting verses that were not only coherent, but often surprisingly beautiful. The magical compulsion seemed to enhance rather than constrain communication, turning the tavern into an impromptu poetry salon where even the most prosaic topics became subjects for verse. Ezra, perhaps drawing on his experience with various magical phenomena encountered during his travels, approached the situation with good humor and professional curiosity. "In distant lands I've seen such spells where magic in the language dwells. The cure is simple, tried and true. We must speak verse until we're through." "Through with what?" asked Henrik, his question emerging as a perfect iambic line that seemed to surprise him as much as anyone else. "Through with the magic's gentle course, that makes our words rhyme without force. The spell will fade as spells all do, when morning comes with morning's dew." Cornelius, meanwhile, had been scribbling frantically in his journal, though even his written notes were apparently affected by the phenomenon, emerging as carefully crafted verses rather than his usual scholarly prose. Most fascinating, this effect where speech and rhyme become connect. The magic seems to reorganize our thoughts before they vocalize. The realization that their condition was temporary rather than permanent helped everyone relax into the experience. What followed was perhaps the most eloquent evening the moonlit mug had ever hosted, as conversations naturally took on the rhythm and flow of poetry. Young Tam, emboldened by the magical transformation of his voice, began to tell stories of his day that emerged as epic ballads worthy of a travelling minstrel. "This morning when I woke at dawn, I helped my father knead and bake. The bread rose high upon the lawn, while golden loaves we'd proudly make." The simple tale of a baker's morning routine became, through the magic of enforced poetry, a celebration of craft and tradition that moved his listeners to appreciative murmurs, all of which naturally emerged in perfect verse. Jana found herself describing her cooking in language that transformed her practical kitchen wisdom into something approaching culinary poetry. Each herb has secrets to impart when added to the bubbling pot. The thyme speaks truth unto the heart, while rosemary forgets it not. Even Durin, despite his protests about the frivolity of verse, began to share stories of his younger days that emerged as rollicking ballads filled with adventure and humour. "In caverns deep where dwarves do dwell, I learned to swing a mighty pick. But surface folk I loved too well to make me homesick, sure and quick." The evening became a gentle competition of sorts, though not in the spirit of rivalry, but rather in the joy of creative expression. Each person seemed to discover hidden talents for verse, finding themselves able to craft images and emotions with words in ways they had never attempted before. Deimos naturally gifted with language, created elegant philosophical observations that seemed to capture the essence of the evening's magical experiences. In starlight soup and singing stone, in pies that speak and cats with crowns, we find that magic's truly grown when friendship's presence never frowns. Henrik, inspired perhaps by his musical discoveries earlier in the evening, began to speak in verses that had the rhythm and flow of song lyrics, turning his observations into potential ballads. The music box held memories dear of lives well lived, and love held fast. In melodies we always hear the echoes of our treasured past. As the night progressed, the magical compulsion began to feel less like an affliction and more like a gift. Conversations that might normally have been mundane became opportunities for creative expression. Arguments that might have been harsh became gentle disagreements couched in such beautiful language that even disputes felt like collaborative art. When someone needed to excuse themselves for a moment, they did so in elegant couplets. When drinks were requested or offered, the exchange became a brief poem. Even the most practical matters, banking the fire, cleaning glasses, arranging chairs, were discussed in verse that transformed household chores into subjects worthy of literary attention. Ezra, drawing on his extensive travels, began to share tales of other places and times, each story emerging as an epic poem that transported his listeners to distant lands and extraordinary circumstances. Beyond the mountains capped with snow, where ancient dragons used to fly, I met a king who long ago had learned to read the evening sky. The merchant's natural storytelling ability, enhanced by the magical poetry compulsion, created vivid tapestries of words that painted pictures in the minds of his listeners. His tales of far-off places became more than mere descriptions. They became invitations to adventure, crafted in language so beautiful that even the most sedentary listener felt the call of distant horizons. Cornelius, meanwhile, had discovered that his scholarly observations were far more accessible when expressed in verse. Complex magical theories became clear and understandable when couched in rhyming couplets, and his usually dry academic language took on warmth and humor. The nature
of emergent spell is difficult to chart or tell, but when the magic's dense enough, even pies can speak their stuff.
The gentle laughter that followed his verse created a warmth that had nothing to do with the fire and everything to do with the joy of shared experience and creative expression. As the night deepened and the magical compulsion began to show signs of gradual fading, words occasionally emerging in normal speech before correcting themselves into verse, the assembled friends found themselves reluctant to let the experience end. "Though morning comes to break the spell," observed Deimos with uncharacteristic wistfulness, "these verses in our hearts shall dwell." "Indeed," agreed Janna, her practical nature touched by the beauty they had all created together. "This night of rhyme and gentle mirth has shown us words of wondrous worth." Young Tam, whose natural enthusiasm had been amplified by the poetic magic, made a suggestion that surprised everyone with its thoughtfulness. "Perhaps we should remember this when morning breaks the magic's kiss, that words have power to create beauty when we communicate." The observation, profound despite its simple expression, seemed to capture something essential about the evening's experience. They had all discovered that language could be more than mere communication. It could be art, music, and magic all at once. As the last embers of the fire settled into glowing coals and the poetry compulsion finally began to fade, leaving behind only the memory of an evening when every word had been a small work of art, the friends of the moonlit mug found themselves changed by the experience. Not dramatically, or obviously, but in the gentle way that comes from discovering unexpected capabilities within oneself and witnessing the creative potential that exists in even the most ordinary moments. "Well," said Cornelius, his first words in normal speech, sounding almost disappointingly prosaic after hours of verse. "That was, educational." "And beautiful," added Jana softly, her voice carrying the lingering music of the evening's poetry. "Quite unexpectedly beautiful." The fire settled lower, the night grew deeper, and the magic that had transformed their speech into art faded into memory. But something of its essence remained, a gentle reminder that even the most ordinary conversations can become extraordinary when touched by wonder and shared with friends who understand that some evenings are too precious to be anything other than magical. As yawns began to interrupt conversation and the comfortable weariness of a day well spent settled over the tavern like a soft blanket, one more gentle adventure was preparing to unfold in the cozy warmth of the moonlit mug. The sound that first announced the arrival of something unusual was so soft and musical that it might have been mistaken for the wind playing through distant chimes. But as it grew closer, the assembled friends began to recognize it as something far more intriguing: the gentle creaking of well-oiled wheels, the whisper of pages turning in a breeze, and what sounded distinctly like books murmuring contentedly to themselves. Young Tam, whose hearing was sharpest among the group, was first to notice the approaching sounds. "Does anyone else hear humming?" he asked, tilting his head toward the tavern's front windows, like a whole choir of people humming very quietly. Before anyone could answer, the tavern door opened with its familiar creak, but instead of a person entering, what appeared to be a small, beautifully crafted cart rolled through the doorway under its own power. The cart was unlike anything any of them had ever seen, built of warm, honey-colored wood that seemed to glow with its own inner light, and fitted with shelves that held what was unmistakably a carefully curated collection of books. But these were not ordinary books. As the cart settled into a spot near the fire with the satisfied air of a cat claiming the warmest spot in the house, the volumes on its shelves could be seen gently swaying and rustling their pages, creating the soft humming sound that had first announced their arrival. A small hand-lettered sign hung from the cart's side, painted in elegant script that seemed to shift and shimmer in the firelight. "The Wandering Library. Books for every heart and circumstance. Proprietor. Current lease. Absent, but service continues regardless." "Well," said Deimos after a moment of amazed silence, "I suppose we shouldn't be surprised by anything at this point. A self-operating library seems perfectly reasonable after an evening of talking pies and rhyming conversations." The cart responded to his words with what could only be described as a pleased rustle, and several books on the middle shelf opened themselves briefly as if waving hello before settling back into their peaceful humming. Ezra approached the cart with the careful interest of someone who had encountered many wonders in his travels but recognized something truly special when he saw it. "A wandering library," he murmured appreciatively. "I've heard rumors of such things, but never encountered one personally. They're said to appear only when and where they're most needed." As if in response to his words, one particular book, a slim volume bound in midnight blue leather with silver clasps, detached itself from the shelf and floated gently toward him. The book settled into his hands with the weight and warmth of a contented cat, and when Ezra opened it, his face lit with wonder. "Cartographer's Tales of the Eastern Reaches," he read aloud from the title page, "with detailed accounts of trading routes I've been trying to locate for months." How did it know? The cart's gentle humming took on what might have been a smug quality as if it was quite pleased with its selection. Cornelius, his scholarly instincts immediately engaged, approached, the cart with barely contained excitement. "Might I?" he began, gesturing toward the shelves. In response, a thick tome bound in forest green leather practically leaped from its place and sailed into his waiting hands. When he read the title, his eyebrows shot toward his hairline. Theoretical applications.
"Of sympathetic magical resonance in everyday enchantments," he breathed, "by Archmage Thimbleton."
This is exactly what I need to understand tonight's various magical phenomena, and I was certain only 3 copies existed in the entire kingdom. Young Tam, emboldened by the adult's success, stepped forward hopefully. The library cart considered him for a moment, its humming taking on a thoughtful quality, before a cheerful book with a bright red cover and gold lettering floated down to him. Adventures in Advanced Baking, from simple loaves to architectural confections, Tam read with delight. With chapters on magical enhancement of yeast and temperature control through applied thermodynamics, this is perfect. One by one, the cart provided each person with exactly the book they most needed or wanted, though they hadn't even realized they were seeking anything particular. Jana received a comprehensive guide to herb cultivation that promised to revolutionize her cooking. Durin was presented with a collection of dwarven engineering techniques that made his eyes light up with professional interest, and Henrik found himself holding a beautifully illustrated volume about the history and construction of music boxes throughout the ages. "How does it know?" wondered Jana, flipping through her herb guide with growing amazement. "How does it know exactly what each of us needs?" The answer came not from any of the humans present, but from the cart itself. A small, leather-bound journal with a brass clasp floated from the top shelf and opened itself in mid-air, its pages fluttering until they found the right passage. Words began to appear on the blank page, written in elegant script by an invisible hand. "The wandering library serves not the books, but the books calling to their proper readers," the writing explained in flowing script. "Every book contains within it a desire to be read by someone who will truly appreciate its contents. The library simply facilitates these meetings." "So the books choose their readers?" asked Deimos, who was examining his own selection, a slim volume of elvish poetry that contained verses he'd been trying to remember for decades. "Indeed," continued the invisible writing, "though the library travels without a human proprietor, it is guided by the collective wisdom of all the books within it. They know where they wish to go and whom they wish to meet." The explanation was so charming and so perfectly suited to the evening's magical atmosphere that no one thought to question it. Instead, they settled into comfortable chairs and found themselves drawn into an impromptu reading circle, each person discovering treasures within their chosen volumes. The books themselves seemed to encourage this communal reading experience. Pages turned at just the right pace for comfortable reading. Illustrations seemed to become more vivid and detailed when examined closely, and the text itself appeared to adjust its complexity to match each reader's comprehension level and interest. Young Tam, reading about advanced baking techniques, found himself understanding complex chemical processes that should have been far beyond his current education. The book seemed to sense his questions and provided additional explanations in margins that hadn't been there moments before. Cornelius discovered that his magical theory book not only addressed his specific questions about the evening's events, but actually referenced several of them by name, despite having been written centuries before their occurrence. "Listen to this," he said, reading aloud from a passage that had appeared as he watched. "The night when conscious pastry greets friendly faces and stellar fragments dance in warming broth represents a convergence of sympathetic magical fields that occurs perhaps once in a generation. Such evenings should be treasured, as they demonstrate magic's fundamental desire to bring joy rather than power. "It's writing about tonight," Henrik observed with wonder. "As it happens. All books are timeless," the floating journal explained. "In its elegant script, good stories exist outside the normal flow of time, which is why the best books always seem to speak directly to their current readers, regardless of when they were written." The reading session that followed was unlike any library experience any of them had ever had. The books seemed to encourage sharing. Passages that were particularly interesting or beautiful would glow gently, drawing attention from other readers. When someone found something worth sharing aloud, the other books would quiet their humming to listen, creating perfect acoustics for group reading. Ezra shared tales of distant markets and exotic goods that sparked everyone's imagination. Deimos read elvish poetry that somehow translated itself into perfectly understandable but equally beautiful common speech. Jana discovered recipes that seemed to adapt themselves to her available ingredients and current season. The most remarkable moment came when the books began to interact with each other. Cornelius's magical theory tome opened to a page about the relationship between music and magic, just as Henrik's music box history opened to a chapter about magical musical instruments. Young Tam's baking book displayed a recipe for harmonious bread that used sound waves to improve texture at the exact moment the other books were exploring musical magic. "They're having a conversation," realized Deimos with delight. "The books are sharing information with each other through us." "A symposium of literature," agreed the floating journal, its script now accompanied by small illustrations that appeared and disappeared like visual footnotes. Books love nothing more than discussing their contents with other books, but they require human minds to facilitate the conversation. As the evening progressed, the wandering library's visit became less about individual reading and more about the collective discovery of how all knowledge connects. The Herb Cultivation Guide found common ground with the Magical Theory book through discussions of plant-based spell components. The Dwarven Engineering Manual shared structural principles with the Music Box history through their mutual interest in precise mechanical construction. The poetry volume and the adventure stories discovered they were both concerned with the relationship between language and emotion, while the baking book and the cartography guide found surprising connections through their shared interest in precise measurement and timing. "It's beautiful," murmured Jana, watching words and diagrams flow between the open books like a visual conversation, like watching ideas dance. The library cart hummed with approval, and several books on the shelves that hadn't yet chosen readers opened themselves to display particularly lovely passages or illustrations, as if joining in the celebration of knowledge and connection. As the fire settled into its familiar evening glow and the night deepened around the moonlit mug, the books gradually began to quiet their conversation. Pages stopped turning quite so frequently, the glowing highlights faded to gentle suggestions rather than bright announcements, and the humming settled into something more like a lullaby than active discussion. "Are they getting sleepy too?" asked young Tam, whose own eyelids were beginning to grow heavy after the long, magical evening. "Books rest just as people do," confirmed the floating journal, its script becoming softer and more whisper-like. "They have shared much tonight and given their readers great gifts. Now they must rest to prepare for tomorrow's readers and tomorrow's conversations." One by one, the books gently closed themselves and returned to their places on the cart's shelves. But not before each volume had somehow marked itself with a small bookmark that bore the reader's name, a sign that these particular books would remember their new friends and hope to meet them again someday. "Will we see you again?" asked Henrik as the wandering library began to prepare for departure. Books always return to readers who truly appreciate them, the journal wrote in script that was now barely visible, like words written in moonlight. The library goes where it is needed, but it remembers where it has been welcomed. With that, the cart rolled gently toward the door, which opened by itself to accommodate its departure. As it crossed the threshold, the books on its shelves rustled their pages in what could only be interpreted as a fond farewell. The last sound they heard was the gentle humming fading into the distance, carried on the night wind like a lullaby for the entire sleeping village. "Well," said Janna softly, holding her herb guide close to her chest, "I think that might have been the most educational magical experience we've had yet, and the most peaceful," added Cornelius, his magical theory book already providing new insights into the evening's remarkable events. As the friends settled back into their chairs, each treasuring their new literary companions, the moonlit mug seemed to exhale with satisfaction. Another magical visitor had come and gone, leaving behind gifts that would last far longer than a single evening's entertainment. The night was growing truly late now, and comfortable exhaustion was beginning to settle over the little group like a familiar blanket. But there were still more stories waiting to unfold in the gentle darkness of the tavern's embrace. The evening had reached that mellow point when serious conversations tend to arise naturally from the warm satisfaction of shared experiences and comfortable companionship. It was perhaps inevitable, given the magical nature of the night and the presence of both the ale-loving dwarf Durin and the wine-appreciating elf Deimos, that someone would eventually raise the eternal question that has sparked friendly debates in taverns since the beginning of time. "You know," said Durin thoughtfully, swirling the amber liquid in his mug with the careful attention of a connoisseur, "I've been thinking about ale tonight. Proper ale, mind you, not the weak stuff they serve in the capital. There's something about good ale that makes everything else better. Food tastes richer, stories sound truer, and even magic seems more friendly, somehow." Deimos looked up from his wine with that expression of elegant amusement that suggested he was about to engage in the sort of civilized disagreement that made for excellent entertainment. "Interesting theory," he said smoothly, raising his glass so that the wine caught the firelight like liquid rubies. "Though I would argue that wine accomplishes everything you've described, but with considerably more sophistication. Wine doesn't simply make things better, it elevates them. It transforms an ordinary meal into a celebration, ordinary conversation into philosophy." "Sophistication," snorted Durin, though his tone was more amused than offended. "That's just a fancy word for unnecessarily complicated. Good ale is honest, what you see is what you get. No need for fancy rituals or pretentious swirling or talking about notes and undertones as if you're discussing a symphony instead of something you drink." Young Tam, who had been quietly listening while examining his new baking book, looked up with the expression of someone who had suddenly realized he had opinions on the subject. "But what makes ale or wine perfect?" he asked, with genuine curiosity. "I mean, my father always says the best bread is the kind that makes people happy, but what makes people happy changes depending on the person and the day and what else is happening. Maybe perfect ale isn't about the ale itself, but about when and where and why you're drinking it." The observation was so unexpectedly profound that it brought the brewing debate to a momentary pause. Both Durin and Deimos looked at the young baker's son with new respect. "That's actually quite insightful," admitted Deimos gracefully. "The context does matter considerably. The finest wine in the world would be wasted on someone who was too worried or distracted to appreciate it properly." "Aye," agreed Durin grudgingly. "I suppose the best ale I ever had was after 3 days lost in a cave system, when I finally found my way out and stumbled into a tavern." Could have been swill for all I cared. Tasted like liquid heaven because I was alive to drink it. Jana, who had been listening while cleaning glasses with the practiced efficiency of someone who had overseen thousands of such debates, decided to contribute her professional perspective. In my experience, she said, settling into a chair with the authority of someone who had served both ale and wine to countless customers, the perfect drink is the one that matches the drinker's needs at that particular moment. Sometimes people need the hearty comfort of good ale, sometimes they need the elegance of fine wine, and sometimes they just need whatever's closest to hand and served with kindness. But surely, pressed Cornelius, looking up from his magical theory book with the expression of someone whose scholarly mind had been captured by an interesting problem, there must be some objective criteria for determining quality, ingredients, preparation methods, aging processes, measurable factors that contribute to excellence regardless of subjective preference. Ezra, who had been quietly following the conversation while examining his cartography guide, smiled with the expression of someone who had encountered this debate in many different cultures. "You'd think so," he said thoughtfully. "But I've tasted ales and wines from dozens of different regions, each considered perfect by the people who made them. Mountain dwarves brew ale that would fell a human after 2 mugs but tastes like home to them. Desert nomads ferment mare's milk into something that sounds horrifying but creates the most welcoming atmosphere when shared around their fires. Coastal elves make wine from seaweed that tastes like ocean breezes and makes you feel like you could sail to the edge of the world." Mare's milk? Durin looked simultaneously horrified and intrigued. "That's not drinking, that's survival. That's culture," Deimos corrected gently. "What tastes like home to one person tastes like adventure to another. There's beauty in that diversity." The conversation might have continued in this philosophical vein indefinitely, but at that moment, something extraordinary began to happen. The various bottles and casks behind Jana's bar began to emit a soft, musical humming, not unlike the singing stones from earlier in the evening, but lower and more resonant, like the deep notes of a cathedral organ. "Not again," muttered Jana, though her tone suggested more amusement than exasperation. "If my ale starts talking, I'm closing early." But the ale didn't talk. Instead, something far more remarkable occurred. The humming began to organize itself into harmonies, with different bottles and casks contributing different notes, creating a musical composition that seemed to be responding to the conversation about perfect beverages. As they listened, the assembled friends began to realize that the music was actually telling a story. The story of each drink's creation and journey to the moonlit mug. The ale sang of golden barley fields and the patient work of malting, of hops picked at the perfect moment of ripeness, of brewing masters who had learned their craft from their grandparents and would pass it on to their own grandchildren. The wine contributed melodies that spoke of sun-warmed vineyards and the careful attention of vintners who knew their grapes by name, of wooden barrels that had held dozens of different vintages and absorbed the wisdom of each one, of the slow alchemy that transformed simple fruit into something that could capture an entire season in a single sip. But most remarkably, each beverage seemed to be singing not just about itself, but about the moments it had shared with people, celebrations and commiserations, first dates and last suppers, quiet evenings with old friends and rowdy nights with new ones. The ale sang of harvest festivals and builders raising barn walls, of miners celebrating successful digs and soldiers sharing stories around campfires. The wine harmonized with tales of wedding toasts and anniversary dinners, of poets seeking inspiration and lovers sharing secrets, of old friends meeting after years apart, and new friends discovering they had everything in common. "They're all perfect," whispered young Tam with sudden understanding. "Every single one of them is perfect, not because of how they taste, but because of the moments they've been part of." The musical story continued, and gradually the assembled friends began to understand what the bottles and casks were trying to tell them. Each beverage had its own purpose, its own perfect moment, its own way of bringing people together or helping them find comfort in solitude. The rough ale sang of honest work and simple pleasures, of the satisfaction that comes from building something with your hands and sharing your success with people who understand the value of effort. The elegant wine harmonized with themes of celebration and contemplation, of taking time to appreciate beauty and finding meaning in life's more subtle pleasures. But there were also voices from other bottles, the practical cooking wine that took pride in making good food better, the medicinal brandy that had comforted the sick and warmed the cold, the festive mead that had sweetened more celebrations than anyone could count. "Listen," said Cornelius with wonder, his analytical mind grasping something important. "They're not competing with each other, they're complementing each other. Each one has its own part to play in the symphony." Indeed, as the musical story reached its crescendo, all the various beverages began singing together, not in unison, but in a complex harmony that celebrated their differences while acknowledging their shared purpose of bringing comfort, joy, and connection to the people who chose to share them. The ale's hearty bass notes provided a foundation for the wine's soaring melodies, while the gentler voices of the cooking wine and medicinal spirits filled in the middle harmonies. The festive mead added bright flourishes like laughter bubbling up from a happy crowd, and even the humble water in Janna's pitchers contributed a clear, pure descant that reminded everyone that sometimes the simplest things are the most essential. "It's beautiful," murmured Deimos, his earlier arguments about wine's superiority apparently forgotten in the face of this demonstration of universal harmony. "They're all perfect because they're all different, and they're all different because people
need different kinds of perfect." "I," agreed Durin, raising his mug in a toast that somehow managed to honor every beverage in the tavern. To perfect ale, perfect wine, and perfect friends to share them with. As if responding to his toast, the musical harmony swelled to a
gentle crescendo before fading gradually back to silence, leaving behind only the familiar crackling of the fire and the comfortable weight of shared understanding. "Well," said Janna as the last notes faded, "I think that settles the debate quite thoroughly. The perfect drink is whatever brings people together and makes them happy to be alive." "Couldn't have said it better myself," agreed Ezra, raising his own cup in a second toast. "To the wisdom of bottles and the friends who help us understand it." The toast was taken up enthusiastically by everyone present, and for a moment the moonlit mug rang with the warm laughter and gentle conversation that follows the resolution of a friendly debate. As glasses clinked and friends smiled at each other across the firelit space, it was clear that the real point of the evening's discussion had never been about ale or wine at all. It had been about the pleasure of sharing opinions with people who care enough to listen, even when they disagree. The fire had settled into its final glowing phase, and the comfortable exhaustion of a day well spent was beginning to settle over the little group like a familiar blanket. But the night still held one more gentle surprise for the friends of the moonlit mug. As the warmth and satisfaction of the resolved beverage debate settled over the tavern like a comfortable blanket, something curious began to happen to the very air around them. Words started to appear, not spoken, not written, but simply manifesting, in soft, glowing script that hung suspended just above eye level, visible to everyone present, but somehow not intrusive or startling. The words began simply, as the best stories often do. Once upon a time, in a tavern called the Moonlit Mug, on a night when magic flowed as freely as ale and wonder was served with every meal, a group of friends discovered that sometimes the most extraordinary evenings are the ones that seem to create themselves. "Is that—" young Tam began, then stopped as more words appeared, continuing the narrative that was apparently writing itself in the air around them. The boy named Tam was the first to notice the words appearing, though he would not be the last to play a part in the story that was choosing to tell itself. He was a baker's son with curious eyes and a kind heart, spending his evening in the company of people who had become far more interesting than anyone had expected when the sun set. "It's writing about us," whispered Jana, her practical mind, struggling to process the sight of their current activities being described in glowing text even as they were happening. "About tonight. About right now." Indeed, the good-hearted barmaid named Jana was quite correct in her observation. The floating words continued with what seemed to be gentle amusement. This was a story telling itself, about itself, in the presence of the very people who were living it. Such stories are rare and precious things, for they require just the right combination of magic, friendship, and the willingness to believe that even the most ordinary evening can become extraordinary if approached with the proper spirit. Durin scratched his beard thoughtfully, watching the words form and fade in a gentle rhythm that was somehow perfectly timed for comfortable reading. Well, if we're to be characters in a story, at least it seems to be a pleasant one. Could be worse. Could be one of those tales where everyone learns important lessons through suffering and hardship. The dwarf called Durin had the right of it, agreed the self-writing story. This was indeed a gentle tale, the sort where friends gather around a warm fire and discover that the world contains far more wonder than they had realized when they woke up that morning. It was a story about small magics and large friendships, about the way extraordinary things can bloom from the most ordinary soil when tended with care and seasoned with laughter. Deimos leaned back in his chair with the expression of someone who was beginning to thoroughly enjoy this unexpected turn of events. "How remarkably meta," he observed with amusement. "A story that not only tells itself but comments upon its own nature. There's something rather elegant about the recursive
nature of the narrative structure."
The elf named Deimos appreciated the literary sophistication of the phenomenon. The story noted with obvious approval, though he was perhaps overthinking what was essentially a simple magic born of contentment and friendship. Sometimes the most complex-seeming wonders have the simplest explanations. This was a story that wanted to be told on a night when there were people present who would appreciate the telling. Cornelius had been frantically taking notes in his journal, trying to document the unprecedented magical phenomenon occurring around them. But as he wrote, his own words began to glow and lift from the page, joining the story that was writing itself in the air. The wizard called Cornelius attempted to study the magic even as he was experiencing it. The floating narrative observed fondly. This was very much in character for him, as he believed deeply that understanding a wonder made it more wonderful rather than less so. His notes were already beginning to merge with the story itself, becoming part of the magic rather than merely observing it. "Fascinating," murmured Cornelius, watching his own documentation become part of the phenomenon he was trying to document. "The magic appears to be inclusive rather than exclusive. It wants to incorporate our reactions rather than simply display itself for our observation." "Precisely," agreed the story, apparently pleased that someone understood its nature. This was a collaborative magic, one that required participants rather than merely witnesses. Each person present was both audience and author, both character and storyteller, creating something that could exist only through their shared presence and mutual appreciation. Henrik, who had been quietly holding his music box throughout the evening's various magical encounters, found himself wondering aloud about the relationship between his earlier discovery and this current wonder. "Do you suppose," he asked thoughtfully, "that the music box somehow started all of this? That the memories it played opened some sort of door to other kinds of magic?" The carpenter called Henrik had touched upon something important, the story acknowledged with evident satisfaction. Music and memory are among the oldest forms of magic, for they both have the power to make the absent present and the past immediate. The music box had indeed opened doors, not physical doors, but doors in the heart that allowed wonder to enter and make itself at home. Ezra, whose travels had exposed him to many forms of storytelling in many different cultures, watched the self-writing narrative with the appreciation of someone who recognized true artistry when he encountered it. "This is like the oral traditions of the wandering tribes," he mused, "but made visible, stories that live and grow and change each time they're told because they belong to everyone who hears them." The merchant called Ezra understood the deeper truth. The floating words confirmed warmly. This story belonged to all of them equally, for each had contributed something essential to its creation. The baker's son had brought curiosity, the barmaid had brought wisdom, the dwarf had brought honesty, the elf had brought beauty, the wizard had brought wonder, the carpenter had brought memory, and the merchant had brought the knowledge that some treasures are meant to be shared rather than hoarded. As the story continued to write itself around them, describing not just their actions but their thoughts and feelings with uncanny accuracy, the friends began to realize that they were witnessing something unprecedented. This wasn't just magic, it was collaborative creation on a level that transcended individual imagination. The narrative seemed to understand each of them perfectly, capturing not just what they said and did, but why they said and did it. It revealed the kindness behind Janna's practical efficiency, the wisdom behind Durin's gruff observations, the warmth behind Deimos's elegant detachment, the passion behind Cornelius's scholarly pursuits, the hope behind Henrik's quiet contentment, the wonder behind Tam's eager questions, and the generosity behind Ezra's willingness to share his travels with others. And so, the story continued. On a night when ordinary things revealed their extraordinary nature, and extraordinary things chose to manifest in ordinary ways, 7 friends discovered that the best stories are not the ones we tell about our lives, but the ones our lives tell about themselves when we're paying attention. "That's beautiful," whispered young Tam, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the floating words. "It makes everything we've experienced tonight feel like it matters, like it's all connected and meaningful." "It does matter," the story assured him gently. "Every moment of genuine connection matters, every instance of shared wonder creates ripples that extend far beyond the immediate experience. Tonight's magic was not separate from your ordinary lives, it was your ordinary lives revealing their hidden magic to anyone wise enough to notice." The floating narrative began to include descriptions of things that hadn't happened yet, but somehow felt inevitable, the way they would remember this evening in years to come, how the stories they had shared would be retold to friends and family, how the magic they had witnessed would color their perception of the world around them long after. The last glowing word had faded. They would carry tonight with them, the story predicted with gentle certainty, not as a memory of something that had ended, but as a reminder of something that continued. For once, You have seen starlight dance in soup bowls and heard stones sing harmony and watched stories write themselves in the air. You begin to notice that magic is always present. It simply waits for moments of sufficient wonder and fellowship to reveal itself. As the night deepened and the fire settled into its final glowing coals, the self-writing story began to wind toward its natural conclusion. But rather than simply ending, it started to include the gentle transition towards sleep and dreams, describing the way magical evenings don't stop so much as they transform into magical dreams. The fire burned low, casting dancing shadows on stone walls that had witnessed countless evenings but few as remarkable as this one. The friends would soon part ways, returning to their homes and their beds, but they would carry with them something precious: the knowledge that wonder is always available to those who approach life with open hearts and curious minds. Tam stifled a yawn, then smiled as he realized the story had predicted even this small action. "Will we remember all of this in the morning?" he asked softly. Sometimes dreams fade so quickly. This was not a dream, the story assured him with warm confidence. This was the sort of experience that becomes part of who you are, rather than merely something you remember. You will wake tomorrow not just with memories of a magical evening, but with the permanent knowledge that you live in a world where such evenings are possible. Jana began her gentle end-of-evening preparations, banking the fire and collecting glasses, but the story incorporated even these practical actions into its narrative, describing them as the loving care that turns a building into a home and transforms strangers into family. The barmaid tended her tavern with the same care that had made the evening's magic possible, the floating words observed with obvious affection. For magic thrives in places where ordinary things are done with extraordinary attention, where simple kindness creates the conditions for wonder to flourish. As each person prepared to leave, the story offered them personalized farewells that captured something essential about their character and their contribution to the evening's magic. It thanked Durin for his honest heart, Deimos for his elegant perspective, Cornelius for his passionate curiosity, Henrik for his gentle wisdom, Tam for his eager wonder, Ezra for his generous spirit, and Yana for creating the space where all
of them could come together. And so our tale draws to its gentle close. The story concluded as the friends gathered their belongings and prepared to venture out into the crisp autumn night.
Not with dramatic flourishes or grand pronouncements, but with the quiet satisfaction that comes from an evening well spent in good company. For the best stories are not the ones that shout their importance, but the ones that whisper their way into your heart and make themselves at home there. The final words lingered in the air just long enough for everyone to read them, then faded gradually like the last notes of a favorite song. But the feeling they left behind, the sense of having participated in something truly special, remained warm and bright in the hearts of all who had witnessed the story telling itself. "Well," said Jana softly as she extinguished the last candle, "I think that's the most perfect ending to a perfect evening that I could have imagined." "Better than imagined," agreed Deimos with uncharacteristic sentiment. "Because none of us could have imagined something so wonderful. It took all of us together to create something none of us could have created alone." As the friends stepped out into the clear, star-filled night, each carrying with them the memory of an evening when the impossible had become not just possible, but inevitable, the moonlit mug settled into peaceful silence. But it was the silence of contentment rather than emptiness, the silence of a place where magic had been welcomed, wonder had been shared, and stories had told themselves simply because there were people present who understood that some evenings are too precious to be anything other than magical. The stars above seemed to twinkle with particular brightness, as if they too had witnessed something special and wanted to add their own gentle applause to the night's collection of wonders. And somewhere in the distance, carried on the autumn breeze, came the faint sound of music, perhaps an echo of the singing stones, perhaps the humming of distant books, or perhaps simply the music that exists wherever friends have gathered to share stories and discover that the world contains far more magic than they had ever dared to hope. And so our collection of 10 gentle tales finds its peaceful conclusion, with friends departing into a night that feels full of possibility and dreams that promise to be colored by starlight and seasoned with wonder. Sleep well, dear listeners, and may your own dreams be filled with music boxes that play memories, cats who declare themselves mayor, wizards whose hiccups create light shows, merchants bearing gifts of song, stars that dance in soup bowls, pies that speak with wisdom, conversations that transform into poetry, libraries that wander where they're needed most, debates that resolve in harmony, and stories that tell themselves simply because there are people present who understand that every evening has the potential to become magical if approached with the right spirit. Rest now in the warmth of these tales and remember that the moonlit mug will always be here, its fire always burning bright, its door always open to those who seek the comfort of good company, and the gentle magic that blooms wherever kindness and wonder meet over a shared meal and an evening of stories told with
love.